hour of 12 p.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at Arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Ledbetter. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Colleagues, pray with me. Heavenly Father, you are our refuge and our strength, an ever-present help in times of trouble. Let us not fear the chaos of this world or the things that are beyond our control. We find comfort knowing you, O Lord, are with us. Almighty God, you are our fortress. We come and see what you have done, the tremendous blessings you have poured out upon our nation and our commonwealth. May our hearts overflow with humility, and may our minds put forth thanksgiving continually. You say unto us, be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. O Lord Almighty, be with us this day and all days. We stand in awe of your power and seek your peace in all that we do. In the powerful name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance
Sergeant at Arms, please open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Wednesday, June 12, 2024 will be postponed until printed. Following journals are in print and without objection will be approved. Wednesday, November the 15th, 2023. Sunday, December the 10th, 2023. And Monday, December the 11th, 2023. Colleagues, please take your seats. Colleagues, please take your seats. We are privileged to have lots of guests today. Seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum, we are so excited to have the first family of the 38th Legislative District in Allegheny County. We are thrilled that our colleague, Representative Piscitano, has with him in the Capitol today, and please stand, his lovely wife, Molly, their son, Nico, and his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Piscitano. Welcome to the floor of the House. We're so glad to have you. Staying to the left of the Speaker's rostrum, we have another first family here today. We are so excited that our colleague that serves both Allegheny and Washington counties, Representative Mihalik, has her family here in the Capitol today. We are so excited to welcome her husband, Jeremy, their lovely daughters that come every year. One of them comes for Girl Scout Day. I won't get it wrong, so I won't guess. Petra and Nyla, their son Dresden, and their nieces, Olivia and Malia, along with Ava and her nephew, Caleb. With Representative Mihalik's first family, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. We're so glad to have you. The chair is thrilled to have a few guests of my own today. I'm so excited to welcome some hardworking leaders in our state government. We are thrilled to have seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum the Senior Vice President of Public Affairs from the Pennsylvania Higher Education Assistance Agency. Along with him are Executive Assistants Marissa Good and Jody Schomper, who I hear watch this session all the time. Pray for us, Jody. Please stand. We're so excited to welcome you. In the back of the House, our colleague, Representative Stanball, who serves Juniata, has some very special guests. We are thrilled that on today, the Pennsylvania House Core Storeroom Director, Mike Feltman, is celebrating his retirement. He will be retiring on July 23rd after 40 years of service. His career here in the House has spanned through 13 speakers, 8 governors, and he has been the department supervisor since 1998. An avid fan of the Penn State Nittany Lions, the Miami Dolphins, and all motorsports, he loves to travel and attends events with his grandchildren and volunteers in his local community. Mike recently assisted his grandson with the War Memorial Eagle Scout Project in downtown Thompsontown. He's seated in the rear of the House along with his lovely wife, Pamela, Brody, his son, his daughter, Lauren, and all 9 of his grandchildren. Welcome to the floor of the House. Mike, congratulations on your retirement after 40 years of faithful service. Please stand, Mike and guests. Thank you for your service. Also in the rear of the House, our colleague, Representative Kruger, who serves Delaware County, is pleased to welcome Aditi Halpi, a 2024 Pennsylvania House of Representatives scholarship winner. Aditi will be attending the University of Pennsylvania this fall and will be majoring in health sciences or health societies with a focus in healthcare markets and financing. This program is privately funded by donors, and there are no taxpayer dollar used for this program, and this program is administered by the Foundation for Enhancing Communities. We are so very excited to welcome Aditi to the floor of the House. Congratulations on your scholarship and your fall plans to go to Penn. Please stand. Welcome. Congratulations. Also in the back of the House, our leader from Montgomery County, Representative Bradford, has brought a few students. We are so excited to welcome Harshitha Suresh. She's going to be a freshman at the Perkiomen Valley High School. She's already a part of speech and debate team where she won the congressional debates. She's interested in working in government one day and hopes to be able to help so many others in the future. She's here with her mother, Nirmala, and they are seated in the rear of the House. Please welcome to the floor of the House. We're so glad to have you. that serves Bucks County, Representative Labs, has in the rear of the House Susan Suber. She lives in Representative Labs' district in Pipersville. She's a member of the Lancaster County Young Marines. She was honored in the 2024-2025 National Young Marine of the Year Award. She's a junior at Central Bucks High School East and has been involved with the Young Marines for 8 years. Young Marines is a national nonprofit that promotes mental, moral, and physical development. She's here with her parents, Dave and Denise Suber, along with Colonel Davis, who's the CEO of the Young Marines. Also joining Susan is Joseph Couture Jr., a Division I commander, Jason Burns, Lancaster County Young Marines Unit Commander, Deborah Couture, Kelly Burns, and Abra Hogarth. Welcome, and thank you all for your service. Please stand. We're so glad to have these guests from Bucks County. Our colleague that serves Schuylkill County, Representative Watrow, has in the back of the House Samuel Guzman, a high school senior at Hazleton Area High School. Samuel is the 2024 PIAA AAA state champion in the javelin. At the PIAA Track and Field Championships, Samuel unleashed a golden medal, winning throw of 208 feet, 8 inches in the Class 3A boys meet, beating the nearest competitor by over 10 feet. Samuel's distance is the 5th best among the WVC athletes all time. Along with Samuel, here on the floor of the House are his parents, Christy and Santo, his brother, Kevin, and the Hazleton area track and field coaching staff. Head coach, Dustin Hallshore, assistants, Michelle Planutis, Brian Sones, the throwing coach, Carly Komenick, Zach Caparel, the athletic directors, Fred Barletta, and Kathy Brogan. Samuel, congratulations on your achievement. All of your guests that are here, please stand. Welcome. Our colleague that serves right here in Dauphin County, Representative Fleming, has some guests that are seated in the rear of the House. We are so excited to welcome Jalen Dorsey, Susquehanna Township High School, class of 2025. She's here with her family to celebrate winning the state championship in the girls' long jump. Jalen is ranked in the top 47 of the Division AAA. Jalen, congratulations. Would you and your family please stand so we can welcome you? In the gallery, our colleague that serves Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freitas, has a member of the Romanian Community Center from Reading, Pennsylvania, here in the Capitol today. The Romanian Community Center is a nonprofit. Their primary work is providing cultural, educational, and charitable support to individuals affiliated with the Romanian culture and community. The organization are committed to non-political and non-religious stances, and their main goals are to promote the rich heritage of the Romanian culture. Would these members please stand from Berks County? We're so glad to have you here today. Representative Cepeda Freitas also has in the gallery members of her district office staff. We are so excited to welcome Yahirda Stone, Jamie Baez, Siri Andrews, Chaz Aiden, Jalen Gwynn, who just graduated in May from the Pennsylvania State University with a bachelor's in political science, and Lily Thomas, who is currently studying political science at Kutztown University. Thank you all for your hard work in the district office. Welcome. Also in the gallery, our colleague that serves Lancaster, Representative Fee, has some special guests that are here. We are so excited to welcome Lacey Nelson, along with her parents, Danelle and Josh, and her sister, Brooke. On May 24th at Shippensburg University, Lacey, who is in the 11th grade at Manheim Central School District, won the PIAA State Championship for track and field and shot put. Her distance was 40 feet and 2.5 inches. Congratulations, Lacey. We are so proud of you. Please stand with your guests. Welcome. Our colleague that serves Cumberland County, Representative Gleim, has a summer intern here today. We are so excited that in the gallery, Josiah Jones is here. Josiah is a sophomore at Hillsdale College in Michigan and has returned for a second summer in the 199th House Legislative District to be an aide in Representative Gleim's district office this summer. Josiah, welcome back to the Capitol. We're so glad to welcome you. Please stand. Our colleague that serves Philadelphia, Representative Brown, has his summer legislative interns in the gallery today. Please stand. We're thrilled to have Sydney Nguyen and Shahid Karnai. Shahid will be going into his freshman year at Emory University, and Sydney will be entering her junior year at Hampton University by the Sea. We're so glad to have you both. Welcome. Our colleague that serves Chester County, Representative Pielli, has his district office staff and his interns here in the Capitol today. We are thrilled to welcome the legislative interns, Alexander Friedrich and Olivia McLean. They're both students at Westchester University. Please stand. Thank you all for your service back home in Chester County. Our colleague that serves Delaware County, Representative O'Mara, has her summer interns in the Capitol today. In the gallery, we are thrilled to welcome Anjana Masakowski, a sophomore at St. Joseph's University, where she is studying international relations, and Andrew Ryan, a junior at the University of Notre Dame, who's also studying political science and has minors in digital marketing, and business economics. Summer interns, please stand. Thank you for all you'll do this summer in Delco. Our colleague that serves Allegheny County, Representative Benham, has some special guests in the gallery. We are thrilled to have her district office director, Dan Gladys, along with Jake Rosen, Representative Benham's legislative intern, a University of Pittsburgh student who's from Bucks County. Jake is working to become a lawyer one day and specialize in environmental law. District office director, along with your summer intern, please stand. We're so glad to have you from Allegheny. Our colleague that serves Chester County, Representative Frill Otten, has brought to the House Jacob Watson, an intern in her district office. Jacob is also a student at Westchester University and is studying political science. Jacob, please stand. Thank you for being here today. Representative Daly, who serves Montgomery County, has brought Leo Solga, a student at the University of Pennsylvania, and is majoring in both political science and statistics. Leo is working this summer in Representative Daly's district office. Leo, please stand. We're so glad to have you. Our colleague, Representative Borowski from Delaware County, has her district office team member, Marie Barth, along with her summer interns, Emma Spinelli, a senior at Dickinson College, and Jedidah Antwi, a constituent of the 191st and a senior at Ursinus College. So glad to have you all here, and I hope I can say hi to my constituent before the day ends. Please stand. Welcome. Representative Schusterman, who serves Chester County, also has her district office interns here today. We have Claire Martinez, a graduate of Phoenixville High School, who's attending Syracuse University to major in law and policy studies. Colin Costin, a graduate of Conestoga High School, and will be attending the University of Delaware to major in international relations, journalism, and legal studies. And finally, Heather Serino, a graduate of Phoenixville High, will be attending the University of Maryland with majors in criminology, criminal justice, and rhetoric. Please stand, interns, and do some great work this summer in Chester County. Representative Bellman, who serves Philadelphia County, has his legislative summer interns here. We are thrilled to welcome in the gallery Nariah Savage, a student at Morgan State University who's studying political science, and Jalen Vince, who's going to the Virginia Commonwealth University and is also studying political science. Students from the 203rd District, please stand. Thank you for coming up today. Representative Brennan, who serves Bucks County, has his legislative interns, Eli Moore, a student at Westchester University, studying political science and focusing on international relations, Matthew Smith, a Penn State University student studying political science, Amaris Alfinesco from Temple University, and Ethan Bolanos from the Central Bucks West High School, along with Michael Gundon, the Constituent Service Advisor in the 29th District. Everyone, please stand. We're glad to have you. Representative Tate Cack, who serves Center County, has his summer interns here in the gallery. Isaiah Johnson is a student at Penn State College of Liberal Arts studying political science. Isaiah is very interested in political studies, and he's getting ready to study for the LSAC and get ready for law school, where he's going to also get an MBA while getting his JD. Rachel Smoyer is a student at Shippensburg studying in political science, communication, and journalism, minoring in public relations. And Representative Tate Cack's Constituent Service Advisor, Mary Elliott, is joining them. Students, please stand up. We're so glad to welcome you. Representative Monroe, who serves Bucks County, has Max Jen and Luca Jonjic, high school interns from the Central Bucks High School South, along with these are the two students who helped him with his social media legislation, House Bill 2017. They are joined this afternoon with Ryan Layton and Nicole Renier from the Legislative District Office team. With these team members from Bucks County, please stand. We're so glad to have you. Are there requests for leaves of absence? Chair recognizes Majority Whip, who indicates there are none. Chair recognizes the Minority Whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 202 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. Chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, Chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2353, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2433, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 1138, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill? It is agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, Chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following resolution, H.R. 323. Reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. The Chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2266, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2426, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2428, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2430, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 998, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Solomon, Chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, who reports the following bill. House Bill 2407, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 13, 2024. House Bill 2420, Agriculture and Rural Affairs. House Bill 2351, Education. House Bill 2414, Finance. House Resolution 478 to Health. House Bill 2415, House Bill 2418, House Bill 2419, Senate Bill 186, Senate Bill 187, Senate Bill 1236, those 6 to Judiciary. Senate Bill 761, Labor and Industry, Senate Bill 464, Local Government, Senate Bill 1138, State Government, House Bill 2416, Transportation, House Bill 2417, and Senate Bill 1099, both the Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness. Referrals, June 18, 2024. House Bill 2425, Appropriations. House Bill 2426, Transportation. Referrals, June 20th, 2024. House Bill 2423, Education. House Bill 2422, Finance. House Bill 2421, House Resolution 479, House Resolution 480, House Resolution 483, all those to Health. House Bill 2432, Human Services. House Bill 2429, Judiciary. House Bill 2433, State Government. House Bill 2424, House Bill 2427, House Bill 2428, House Bill 2430, and House Bill 2431, all those are Transportation. House Resolution 482, Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness. Referrals, June 21st, 2024. House Bill 2441, Agriculture and Rural Affairs. House Resolution 41, Education. House Bill 2436, Gaming Oversight. House Bill 2434, House Resolution 44, House Resolution 45, all those to Health. House Resolution 486 to Judiciary. House Bill 2442, Transportation. House Resolution 487 to Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness. Referrals, June 24th, 2024. House Bill 2180, Education, and House Bill 2443 to Housing and Community Development.
The House will come to order. Colleagues, please take your seats. The chair did miss a special group of guests and apologizes to our colleague in Bucks County, Representative Marcel. In the gallery, Representative Marcel has the winners of her Ought to Be a Law contest. We have students from the 178th District, 4th and 5th graders, all wrote essays on what law they'd like to see passed here in the Commonwealth. 130 students participated from 6 schools, and here today in the gallery, we are so excited that the winning students are here with their parents. Please stand when I say your names. We have 4th grade students, Elijah Beck, Stella Conley, Cameron Lynch, and 5th grade students, Caitlin Canamuccio, Brady Logan, Emma Gaspari, Caden Stewart, Bruna Takadine. Please stand along with your parents. We are so happy that you all participated in this contest and won. Congratulations, and thank you for your hard work and leadership. Chair recognizes the Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Schlossberg, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There will be an immediate meeting of the Rules Committee in the House Majority Caucus Room. House Democrats will caucus at 1:45. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 2:30.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Dunbar, the Minority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 1:30. Republicans will caucus at 1:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County for a committee announcement. Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately following the Rules Committee meeting. Meeting will be held in the Majority Caucus Room. And for the information of the Appropriations Committee members, we expect a second Appropriations Committee meeting later on today. But the Appropriations Committee will be meeting immediately following the Rules Committee in the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County for a committee announcement. Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Judiciary Committee will meet in 15 minutes, let's say 12:55. In 15 minutes at G50 at the Irvis Office Building to consider House Bill 1962, House Bill 2413, House Bill 2429, Senate Bill 453, House Resolution 416, and any other business that comes before the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House will stand in recess until 2:45 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The hour of 4 p.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 350, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree to the report is agreed to? House Bill 1509, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree to the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1963, re-reported as committee. Will the House agree to the report is agreed to? House Bill 2153, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 403, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 739, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1140, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report it's agreed to? House Bill 1333, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report it's agreed to? House Bill 2338, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report it is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Schweier, Chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following bills. House Bill 93, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 1526, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 2311, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 2386, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill it is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Schweier, who's the Chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 481, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1962, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill it is agreed to? House Bill 2413, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? House Bill 2429, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? Senate Bill 453, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 416, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report it is agreed to? The House will come to order. Colleagues, we have a special guest that has joined us for afternoon session. Seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum, our colleague that serves Luzerne County, the gentleman, Representative Coffer, has brought to us the Luzerne County Controller. Controller is Walter L. Griffith, Jr., and he shares among his many hobbies our watching PA House session. You are something. Please stand. We're so glad to welcome you on the floor. Glad to have you. Bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 24th, 2024. House Bill 2445, Consumer Protection Technology and Utilities. House Resolution 48, to local government.
Chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and titles as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. Senate Bill 887, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
Senate Bill 887.
The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Resolution 407, printers number 2992 on page 4 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the week of June 17th through June 21st, 2024 as Apprenticeship Week in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Dan Miller.
Will the House agree to the amendment? Representative Gleim offers Amendment A04907. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gleim.
Thought we waved off. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this amendment, I'm waving off this amendment, Madam Speaker.
Chairs understand the gentlelady withdraws the amendment. The chair thanks the maker of the amendment. Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 200, the nays are 2. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 436, printers number 3123, on page 6 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the week of June 24th through June 28th, 2024 as Union Organizing Week in Pennsylvania in honor of those workers who have fought for their right to organize and bargain collectively at their workplace. Introduced by Representative Piscitano.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Representative Gleim offers Amendment A04900. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gleim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment makes changes to the current resolution. It changes some unnecessary language and recognizes the hardworking men and women, including veterans and union negotiators, that have been crucial to the success of our middle class. The underlying resolution honors unions, but notably doesn't honor the actual workers that comprise the union, so I thought it was important to include them and honor the workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Piscitano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the previous speaker for her words. I think it's important to point out to the membership that all of the groups that she mentioned specifically are already members of unions in this country, and we are proud to support all of them. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 200, the nays are 2. The amendment is adopted. The question recurs, will the House agree to the resolution as amended? Printers number 3375, House Resolution 436. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 201. The nays are 1. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1140, reference number 3288 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires health insurance programs, Medicaid, and CHIP to provide coverage of contraceptive care without cost sharing.
Well, the House agreed the bill is agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 824, reference number 1151 on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the Breach of Personal Information Notification Act to provide no-cost credit monitoring and reporting for victims of a data breach.
Will the House agree to the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2107, reference number 2691 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes that the Pennsylvania Game Commission establish a registry of responsible hunters to assist farmers with the killing and dressing of deer and other game related to crop damage.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Maloney offers Amendment A03879. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks. The minority chair of Game and Fisheries, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe this amendment is agreed to, and rightly so. Recently, we had some major conflict with respect to outside interest being hired by the Pennsylvania Game Commission as lobbyists, and this amendment would address that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Steele.
To correct the record, this is not an agreed to amendment. I request a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes for the second time the maker of the amendment, Representative Maloney.
I guess there's some confusion, Madam Speaker. So I guess it's not an agreed to amendment, although it has a tremendous purpose, as many of these other amendments, as you will see today, do. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. The gentleman, Representative Maloney, offers Amendment A03900. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment, which I do wholeheartedly think is agreed to. What this simple amendment does is it removes the home address from the game warden's citations that they may have sent in the mail or left with a violator, and we should not be sort of doxing or having that address out there. And this is a problem that arose in the past, and this amendment would address that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed to amendment.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 202. The nays are 0. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2108, printers number 2692 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes that at least one member of the Pennsylvania Game Commission's Board of Commissioners is actively engaged in normal agriculture operation.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendments out of order for violating House Rule 20. A03887, A03899, A03931. Representative Maloney offers Amendment A03879. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentleman, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could you clarify whether or not this one was ruled out of order?
This one is in order, and the gentleman may provide the House a summary of the amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What this amendment does and why it was proposed is because there has been some experience of bad conflict of interest or ethics violations with respect to directors of the Game Commission, the executive directors, and other employees. And what this amendment basically would do is prohibit them from having that conflict of interest outside of their duties and bringing that influence into their job. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed to amendment.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The gentleman, Representative Maloney. The amendment is agreed to. The gentleman, Representative Maloney, also offers Amendment A03894. Will the House agree with the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the same vein as the last amendment, what this amendment would do would more clearly define the prohibiting of outside employment by the executive director specific. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not an agreed to amendment. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 93, the nays are 109. The amendment fails. Representative Maloney also offers Amendment A04487. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is just simple with respect to a 2-year term for the director of the Pennsylvania Game Commission, which has had a terrific problem with the culture within Elmerton Avenue. And what this amendment will do would be to limit their term to 2 years until further confirmation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not an agreed to amendment.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Adams, Representative Ecker, who offers A03904. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Ecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this amendment would require the Pennsylvania Game Commission to adopt an ethics policy that takes into account the most important people when we talk about the Game Commission, and that's the sportsmen. Currently, the PA Game Commission does not have a ethics policy which we can review year over year. This amendment would allow us to, or would require the Game Commission to adopt an ethics policy which we would have oversight over every year in their legislative report to the General Assembly, and promotes a a policy which we can monitor the Game Commission and allow sportsmen to have the understanding that ethics are being conducted well at the Game Commission. Appreciate adoption of this amendment.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed to amendment.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 202, the nays are 0. The amendment is adopted. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2338, Reference number 3302 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill restructures the Pennsylvania Energy Development Authority.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Owlett, the gentleman from Bradford, offers A 04972. Chair's understanding the gentleman withdraws the amendment. Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Williams offers amendment A 04973. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Representative Williams from Chester County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So under consideration today is basically a retooling of the Pennsylvania Energy Development Authority. I want you to understand what that means. The authority is itself a quasi-governmental agency. There are a lot of things in this bill that I think are very good. For example, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the federal bill of 2021, puts a substantial investment in energy development in our entire nation, and there's an allocation of that for Pennsylvania. Except right now, we don't have a vehicle for expending those federal funds in the proper way, and this bill would facilitate us in doing so. But it is critically flawed. It is critically flawed in one provision that I'm asking you to delete, and that is this: that PETA, the authority, be granted the authorization to have ownership, construction, monies for its own generation assets. In other words, it can build its own generation assets and own them in perpetuity, which is not the role of government. It is not the role of the authority. It is the role of the authority to take those grant monies and allocate them out to private development for our generation assets. If you looked at the Inquirer just this morning, there was a lengthy and interesting article about what artificial intelligence is going to do to our demand for electricity, and it has put it through the roof. These data centers have to be co-located next to generation assets, or at least close enough to them that they have reliable power. If we bring hundreds of acres of unreliable government-owned generation assets into our state, we're going to reduce the reliability of our grid substantially. PJM is worried right now and has testified before the Consumer Protection and Utilities Committee about the reliability of our grid. A state agency being involved in the ownership of generation assets only compounds that problem. And for that reason, I'm asking you to please support this amendment, A04973, which would remove only the provision related to the authority owning generation assets. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the sponsor of the amendment. This language is not agreed to, and I ask the members for a no vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Alzheimer offers Amendment A04974. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wayne, Representative Alzheimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment A04974 would change how the Board of Authority is structured so that it can operate in a bipartisan and consensus way. The amendment would require the appointees of all four caucuses to agree when votes are brought before the board. This follows the successful model of other entities like the Commonwealth Financing Authority and the Broadband Development Authority. As we expand the authority and duties of this entity and give them more power, we should ensure that we are developing our state's energy portfolio in a consensus manner. I would ask for your support on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady, Representative Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the sponsor of the amendment for his interest in the bill. This language is not agreed to, and I ask the members for a no vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2314, printers number 3151 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for appropriation and audit of monies and would require a General Assembly appropriation for expenditures from the game fund.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair recognizes the following amendments out of order for violating House Rule 20. A04834, A04835, A04842. Representative Maloney offers amendment A04818. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentleman from Berks, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Welcome to PA, Joe. This amendment here just clarifies the intended use of the game phone. It notes that it is solely to be used by the Game Commission, directs that those funds serve the best interests of sportsmen and sportswomen, and it disallows the transfer from the fund by any entity other than the Game Commission. I would appreciate support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the good gentleman from Berks County for this amendment. At this time, this is not an agreed-to amendment, but we hope this comes as a single bill in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The yeas are 100, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Maloney also offers Amendment A04832. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Especially with respect to the way funds come out of the game fund and some of the issues that have reared their ugly heads, so to speak, in the last couple months with respect to who gets their fingers on this money. There has been a proposal that monies would come out of a game fund that was provided by the sportsman for the sportsman with private land grants that really is in direct violation of who would use this money. And I oppose using the sportsman's funds to go on to private land grants that we have no idea if we could then utilize that land or that sportsman would be welcome. So this is why I have this amendment, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is not agreed to, and I'd ask for a no vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Maloney also offers Amendment A04837. Will the House agree to the amendment? The chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is just another clarification for open transparency and to avoid conflicts of interest where we would have an associate inside the agency that would spend money, as was actually demonstrated, for a family member in a disguise of promotion. So this amendment is formed to address that issue, and I would appreciate an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman and the maker of the bill, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we recognize what this amendment would do. We feel this would be a better bill to stand on its own. And again, this is not an agreed to amendment.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100, the nays are 102. Representative Maloney offers A04841. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment really arose again out of a problem that is actually in our administrative code of conduct that seemed to have to be clarified with respect to utilizing sportsmen's funds to buy alcohol. We had a tremendous and egregious act out of state by the agency who spent over $77,000, and much of that money went to a pub crawl. Much of that has been determined to have been inappropriate and illegal, and this amendment is designed to address that and make it more clear. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is an agreed to amendment, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 202, the nays are 0. Representative Causer offers amendment A0. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Causer offers amendment A04866. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentleman from McKean, Representative Causer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask for your support for Amendment A04866, which doubles the amount in funding that the Game Fund provides for the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program. Because Game Commission-owned lands are tax exempt, local governments lose significant amount of property tax revenue that would be collected if these parcels were privately owned. That tax burden falls on the homeowners, and under this amendment, the Game Fund contribution toward the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program would be increased from the current $1.20 to $2.40, and this would be on top of the amounts that come from gaming revenue. So it's only fair that when the Game Fund is sitting on more than $400 million, that the Game Commission provide additional funding to offset the property tax burden that Game Commission land provides for local taxpayers. I would ask for support for the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the good gentleman for this amendment, but it is not agreed to, and I'd ask for a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought it was only fair that double the amount in lieu of the property tax issue would be reasonable, and I fully support it, and I would appreciate your support also. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100. The nays are 102. The amendment fails. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 350, printers number 3322, on page 1 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes the Uniform Parentage Act.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as many in this room know, a secure parent-child legal relationship is core to a child's well-being because so many rights and responsibilities flow from this relationship. Legal parentage determines important rights and responsibility for children and parents, including financial support for the child, decision-making regarding medical care and education, medical insurance coverage, a right to Social Security survivor benefits and inheritance, and custody and visitation time if the parents separate. Parents want nothing more than to ensure their kids' safety and security. However, because of outdated laws, some parents have no accessible path to providing that security to their children. Many state parentage laws are 40 or more years out of date. Despite the diverse ways families are formed today, many states, including Pennsylvania, haven't updated their laws to reflect the reality. There's many paths to parentage, such as the marital presumption, voluntary acknowledgement of parentage, confirmatory adoptions, step-parent adoptions, co-parent or second-parent adoptions, and intended parent provisions for family using reproductive technologies. The Uniform Parentage Act, UPA, which is a product of a nonpartisan deliberative process, which was originally promulgated by the Uniform Law Commission in 1973. It's been revised several times, the last time in 2017. With language based on the 2017 UPA, House Bill 350 would provide much-needed guidance on how to determine legal parentage for children in Pennsylvania, including for families formed through assisted reproduction. It would also provide robust protections for all parties involved in surrogacy agreements, including children, parents, and women acting as surrogates. House Bill 350 would protect children from protracted, harmful litigation by eliminating uncertainty in parentage establishment and ensuring that children will have the financial support of their parents. The stakeholders, and I'm very thankful to all of them who provided input into House Bill 350, include individuals, actual practitioners whose work is in surrogacy, adoption, assisted reproduction, custody, child support, and matrimonial law. Several states have passed a version of the 2017 UPA to protect all children and families, including Vermont, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Colorado. Legislation's pending in Massachusetts and elsewhere. We have the support of the Pennsylvania Bar Association, the Philadelphia Bar Association, and the Montgomery County Bar Association. I'd like to quote the Pennsylvania Bar Association in pertinent part. They say, House Bill 350 is based on the 2017 version of the Uniform Parentage Act, which is drafted by the Nonpartisan Uniform Law Commission. The legislation will provide clear and consistent rules for establishing legal parentage in circumstances involving increasingly common technologies and practices such as surrogacy, gamete donation, and in vitro fertilization. The legislation does not change current law relating to custody, child support, or estate and trust laws unrelated to the actual determination of the parentage of a child. Instead, it simply provides consistency and predictability in an area of law that demands predictable statewide standards, but which is currently comprised of a patchwork of judicial decisions. Resolutions in support of House Bill 350 are making their way through the process in Allegheny, Bucks, Chester, Cumberland, Dauphin, Delaware, Lehigh, and Northampton counties bar associations, and we are in receipt of many letters from practitioners in other states where the UPA has been enacted, including California, Colorado, Connecticut, Maine, and Vermont, Rhode Island. And in fact, we know of no known opposition to this legislation. Madam Speaker, I urge support of House Bill 350. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Schimmel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although the bill accomplishes many laudable objectives, I oppose the bill because of the provisions specifically relating to surrogacy. Surrogacy is the commodification and instrumentalization of a woman's body, treating her as a carrier rather than as a human person. In this exchange, the child is reduced to the terms of buying and selling as an object of a commercial transaction. Understandably, individuals and couples who are unable to conceive, in their desperation, turn to surrogacy as a means to realize their desire to have a child. Although this desire is generally speaking good, it does not justify using any means necessary to achieve it. In so doing, the child becomes an object of the fulfillment of one's own desires rather than a human person in his or her own right with equal dignity to all others. Because I recognize the unique dignity of the child and of the woman, I oppose this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 119, the nays are 83. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1509, printers number 1725 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides existing boards for inspectors for county jails the option to include 2 to 4 members of the public on their board.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 103, the nays are 99. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1963, printers number 3323 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill waives fees associated with copies of any birth, death, or marriage certificates for surviving spouses of veterans.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Pielli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed colleagues, I ask for your support of House Bill 1963. In September of 2023, the Pennsylvania Department of Health made a change in policy for family members of Pennsylvania veterans. In the past, spouses of veterans would be entitled to receive veterans' preference death certificates even when their spouse predeceases them. However, the Department of Health subsequently issued a notice that this tradition was based on a misreading of the law. A veteran's spouse would not automatically qualify for a veteran's preference death certificate. This bill, House Bill 1963, would amend the vital statistic laws of 1953 to make it explicit that spouses and dependents of veterans are entitled to receive veterans' preference death certificates. We should do everything in our power to help our veterans. And that same attitude should be extended to the families of veterans. That is why my colleagues and I, including Representative Dan Miller and Representative Joe Webster, and we thank Chair Frankel for pushing this through out of committee, have worked hard on House Bill 1963 with many others, with tremendous bipartisan support. As a veteran, I've come to learn when our men and women serve our great nation, their families also serve. Through the ups and downs, through the separation, the anxiety, and sometimes the loss. This simple change will make the lives of veterans and their families that much easier after the abrupt and unfortunate policy change. This consideration is the least we can do for our veterans and their families. As such, I ask you to please join me and support House Bill 1963. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Westmoreland, Representative Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1963 as amended is necessary so that there is consistency with the number of free death certificates provided upon the death of a veteran, which has been a long-standing practice. Over the last year, funeral directors across the state have received form letters from the Department of Health notifying them that they were unable to process their application for the free death certificates of veterans without payment provided. This was a distinct change and misreading of the law, and this bill clarifies that the free copy limit applies to records issued by the Department of Health regarding veterans. I ask for an affirmative vote in support of HB 1963 to support this long-standing support benefit offered to our veterans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Delosier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in support of 1963. Last year, I was approached by a funeral home within my district, and we have a lot of veterans in Cumberland County, so we're proud of that. But this was a very large issue for them, and one that they had gotten different points of view. So the ability for us to clarify not only what the Department of Health was saying, but also what had been past practice. So this bill, and I had introduced a bill as well, and I appreciate the chairs of the committee for amending my language into this bill so that we can make sure that it is very, very aware, and the department is aware of what it is that is supposed to happen and what benefit our veterans are supposed to receive. Our veterans, as was said, when they serve, their families serve. There is absolutely no reason why that family is not entitled to the same respect of the services that that veteran has earned, because they earned it with them. So I thank the sponsor of the legislation. I'm glad that the amendment was made in committee with my bill for clarification and the ability for our funeral directors to be able to provide those services to our veterans and their families. And I ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. Yeas are 202, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2153, printers number 2969 on page 2 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the Prevailing Wage Act to prohibit split rates and cover custom fabrication.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, maker of the bill, Majority Chair of Labor, Representative Dawkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just start by thanking some of my co-sponsors on this bipartisan legislation. Representative Eric DeVanzo and Representative Joe Webster, I want to say thank you publicly. House Bill 2153 strengthens the Prevailing Wage Act by prohibiting split rates and covering custom fabrication. These changes will ensure that workers who build our public projects are paid the family-sustaining wages they deserve. It's long overdue that our union workers and all of our Pennsylvanians receive a family-sustaining wage. The bill will also help level the playing field for the contractors by closing the loopholes that give bad actors an unfair advantage. Similar legislation has already been passed in Delaware and New Jersey and is being considered in New York. So I would ask all members for an affirmative vote for House Bill 2153. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gleim.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about how bad this bill is for business in Pennsylvania. Custom fabrication takes place in a factory setting away from a construction site, and some components are manufactured. Applying prevailing wage to this factory work makes no sense, and it will increase the cost of publicly funded construction projects, while also stifling important innovations in construction. The construction workers on the publicly funded job site must currently be paid prevailing wage. The requirements start when materials arrive at the job site. There is no loophole. This bill is an attempt to place prevailing wage requirements on some of the manufacturers of construction materials. This is a slippery slope. If this bill passes, next we will see proposals to apply prevailing wage rates to all manufacturers of construction materials. Already, as this bill moved through the L&I committee, we saw an amendment to include rebar assembly and smaller components. So again, let's talk a minute about expanding prevailing wage rates. According to local governments and school districts, prevailing wage requirements increase the cost of projects generally by 10 to 15%. But in some areas, the increase can be upwards of 20 to 30%. By expanding the reach of prevailing wage and the Prevailing Wage Act, and prohibiting multiple rates, this bill will only exacerbate many problems. Prevailing wage requirements means that taxpayers get less for their dollar. Fewer affordable housing projects, fewer new schools, fewer projects to remediate asbestos and lead in schools, fewer physical safety and security improvements in schools, or schools and local governments will pay too much for construction and make choices, less funding for classrooms and local services. This bill finally opens the Prevailing Wage Act after so many years, and it does not increase the threshold for the small project exemption. Right now, the threshold is set at $25,000. You can't even build a concession stand for $25,000 right now. In 1963, the Prevailing Wage Act was amended to add an exemption for small projects. In the last 61 years, the value of the dollar has decreased substantially. It takes over $10 today to buy the goods and services that $1 could buy in 1963. There have been periods of significant inflation, notably during the 1970s and currently under President Biden, that have exacerbated this trend. Today, the project threshold would need to be over $250,000 to exempt projects of the same size and scope that were exempted in 1963. Prevailing wage requirements already make our taxpayer-funded construction projects more costly than they should be. Let's not make the problem worse. Please oppose this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman, the maker of the bill, Representative Dawkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to be clear that we just argued to ensure that we highlight our veterans as a part of our union movement. But we also are making it clear we're not comfortable with paying them a living wage. So please vote in affirmative of House Bill 2153.
On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from York, Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill will hurt many of our South Central Pennsylvania counties. Manufacturing is what we do, and this will simply raise these wages above the market rate. And they're already very high-paying jobs that we have in these plants. And they are some of the most innovative and creative and entrepreneurial companies that we have in this Commonwealth. Adding prevailing wage to custom manufacturing makes no sense. It's not near a construction site. It is part of it. And where do we draw the line? What part of our construction projects do we draw the line on any of this? It's going to do nothing but drive up the costs. And so while we're right now enduring record inflation, we're going to compound this by requiring prevailing wage in custom manufacturing, right? We're going to drive all these costs up for everything we do. So every project you want to do in a school, our highways, our roads, our bridges, any of that custom manufacturing that's part of those projects, that's all we're going to realize that in higher costs. Less projects we're getting done. In my area, it's 20 to 30% more to get a public project done. So if you want higher property taxes, because that's what it's going to require in order to get these projects done, is your property taxes to go higher, then you should vote yes for this. You can guarantee higher property taxes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Siegel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Plain and simple, what this legislation is about is making sure that we treat skilled and craft workers with the respect and the admiration that they deserve. Skilled labor and skilled craft labor deserve a living wage, plain and simple. And what this legislation seeks to do is cut out an unfortunate loophole that has allowed contractors for far too long to unduly separate different labor and deem it worthy of subservient, substandard wages that they cannot support their families on. We need to close that loophole to do right by our workers. Because at the end of the day, I want the schools that our children are educated in, the fire halls that house our public safety personnel, the police stations that house our public safety professionals, and every government facility upon which we serve our taxpayers to be built by the finest labor and with the highest possible skill set. Let us stop justifying lower costs by undercutting workers. You do not lift people up by taking food out of their mouths, removing the roof from their head, and making it impossible to support their families. We as a public sector have to put our principles and our values and our money where our mouth is. And it is most important that above all else, as a public sector, we raise the floor, we set the benchmark, we set the standard, and we stand with our workers and our proud labor unions. Let us pass this bill, let us close this loophole, and let us do right not only by the taxpayers by making sure we get good projects on time and under budget, but also most importantly, make sure that we stop undercutting the Pennsylvania worker. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pennsylvania continues to get older, smaller, and poorer by the day, and we continue to pass bills like this that drive people out of the Commonwealth. The only demographic that's growing in our state is the over 65-year-old demographic. I love senior citizens, but you can't run a state with retirees. Who's going to build the roads? Who's going to fix the roofs and all of that good stuff? We get poorer by the day. Our wealth has actually gone down the last few years, and we're getting smaller. We lost about 40,000 people a year before last. I think we lost 10 or 15 this year. Lost an electoral vote in the process and representation in Congress by losing another congressional seat. So I just want to pass along my congratulations to the great states of Tennessee and North Carolina and Ohio, who will benefit from all of the jobs that this bill will continue to send to those states when manufacturers say, you thought the tax policy was bad enough, the regulatory policy environment was bad enough, and now you're going to force this on it. See you later, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Tennessee, Florida, Carolina, here we come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not interested in a race with Tennessee for anything. And I know that no matter what race that I'm in, I'm looking forward to running that race with the union workforce that's here in Pennsylvania. The reality for us is prevailing wage lifts families. Prevailing wage is not just where we need our trades to be, they're where we need every worker to be. There's nothing that comes with prevailing wage that shouldn't be part of everybody's American story. Everybody should have that chance. Prevailing wage makes sure that not only do you get an hourly wage that you can live off of, but you get a health care plan that protects you and your family. That not only gives you a health care plan, but it makes sure you get the training that makes sure that your job is done safely and you get to go home okay. And not just a safety, but it makes sure that you have a retirement plan that makes sure that after you do that hard work, after you've accomplished your American dream, you have a chance to retire in that dream as well. That's what prevailing wage is. I appreciate the comments that were done earlier when we talked about how we should expand prevailing wage. You are right. We should be expanding prevailing wage, but we should be lifting up not just those who get it, but those who don't get it. We need everybody to have that chance. So in order for that to work, then we must be for Pennsylvania workers and Pennsylvania union jobs that show how to get it done. You either believe that we provide the best workforce in the country, or you don't. You either believe that the trades that are here provide the highest quality training, or you don't. You either believe that we should be making sure that when you go do those jobs, you should do it with the safety that makes sure that you're done okay, that you get home okay, and we make sure that you have the retirement plan that will take care of you at the end, or you don't. It's quite simple. At the end of the day, for everybody who works in those construction jobs, you either are going to have those members who believe that you should be paid, trained, and having health care and retirement plans that take care of you and your family, or those that don't. That's just a choice today. The choice here should be simple. It is a prevailing wage opportunity for us, and it's just a start of what we should be doing. working with employers as well that recognize the value of having those high-quality workers. Pennsylvania workers are the best that we have. Let's keep them, let's extend them, let's make sure everybody has a chance for that dream, and let's vote for 2153 today. Get it done.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Adams, Representative Mao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, before most of you got here many years ago, we passed some legislation, and I will tie this together, I promise, Madam Speaker, that actually eliminated tax on aircraft parts and service. Why did we do that? Because the states around us had already done it. So this is basically a race to the bottom, is what it became. Because it's so much easier for somebody to take their aircraft out of the state to get worked on, and they already have a 6% advantage over getting it worked on in Pennsylvania. Now, it says in this bill that this is for goods or materials, including components, fixtures, or parts thereof that are fabricated or assembled off-site, but produced specifically for a public work project. So if the other states around us do not have prevailing wage, our prevailing wage, cooked into their costs, that means these parts that are going to be assembled in our schools, in our firehouses, all of our public places are now going to be manufactured out of state and brought in here. This bill will encourage more work to leave the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania instead of having it done in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is a bad bill for the workforce of Pennsylvania. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Kenyatta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is interesting because a couple of things just happened in this chamber that I think we should pay attention to. So first, Madam Speaker, previously you caught up some resolutions talking about Apprenticeship Week, talking about how much we love labor, and that got a lot of bipartisan support, as it should. Now we have an opportunity to not just do a resolution, but now we have an opportunity to actually support organized labor, and so I'll be interested to see what these votes look like in a second. So I just want to put that in context, Madam Speaker. That's the first thing. But I do want to go back to a point made by the gentlewoman from Cumberland County, who said that by passing HB 2153, where does it end? We're going to have prevailing wage on more projects if we pass this. Well, don't threaten me with a good time, Madam Speaker. Don't threaten me with a good time. I am hearing over and over and over again that somehow paying workers more hurts workers. I'm hearing that working families in Pennsylvania are hurting, but yet when we have an opportunity to make sure that all working families are paid fairly, that everybody gets paid a fair, dignified wage for a hard day of work, now somehow that's hurting working families. I'm hearing about how this is going to hurt business, how this is going to hurt labor. Well, organized labor is supporting this bill. Organized labor is supporting this legislation. So don't speak for workers when workers are speaking for themselves. And they're speaking up loud and clear, and they're asking us to make sure that we do right by them. They're asking us to close the loophole so we don't continue to have this split wages where some people are being paid fairly and some people are getting the raw end of a deal. I want to thank the good chairman from Philadelphia for standing up, for getting this bill through committee and making sure we could get here for this day to do right by workers. So I want to say for folks watching at home, if your legislator voted on the resolution that they love workers, they love apprenticeships, and then they don't vote for this bill, this is one of those moments where your words are not meeting up with your actions.
The gentleman will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from Lancaster rise?
I believe the gentleman was getting dangerously close to questioning intent and confusing issues. Would simply like him to be reminded to return to the topic at hand and not go to members' intent.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair reminds all the members of this august body that you cannot insert motive into debate. People hopefully are voting their districts. On that question, the chair recognizes the floor leader, the gentleman from Lancaster, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand the good gentleman who's from Philadelphia who spoke previously regarding the passion on the topic, but I think what he was a little short on was a couple facts, and I think this is what the good gentlelady from Cumberland County was attempting to address. They would have you believe that this is some kind of false choice between labor and open shops. The truth is they both can bid on the projects and they'll both be paid the same wage. That currently happens. What the good lady from York County raises, and it's a very valid concern, is that this bill has no provision or authority to enforce the custom fabrication outside of our state or even potentially outside of our country. So what will happen is anything that's being custom fabricated here can be outsourced to another state, hurting the mid-state region, as the good lady from York outlined. Madam Speaker, that's important because that will be a direct export of those jobs, because the Department of Labor's authority stops at our state boundaries. And it does not appropriately address the out-of-country issue either. And the last time I checked, I think we're all in favor of keeping as many jobs here in America as possible. So, Madam Speaker, rather than pick winners and losers between states, as this bill falsely makes us choose, I think it would have been a good opportunity to reach the compromise like we did on the transportation funding bill, where some reforms were accompanied with funding and additional projects. Unfortunately, the one thing that was missed in this bill was that opportunity to find the compromise and move forward. I think that path is still potentially there in the future, but it's going to take more of a discussion and laying the foundation than what we saw with this bill coming out of committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Or, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Didn't see the switch.
We aim to be covert, Mr. Leader. On the question, the chair recognizes the majority leader from Montgomery County, the Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 2153 because when I show up at the Union Hall and say I support the building trades, I vote the same way at the floor of this august body. Vote for House Bill 2153.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 125, the nays are 77. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 403, printer's number 1187 on page 3 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill allows the four-year week requirement needed for a professional engineer license or professional land surveyor license to be performed before and after issuance of an engineer intern or surveyor in training certificate.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and the nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 178, the nays are 24. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill without amendment. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 739, printer's number 1670 on page 3 of supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires health insurance policies and government programs to provide coverage of telemedicine services.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Chester County, Representative Sappy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recently passed House Bill 1512, my legislation to provide for the coverage of telemedicine. So it's for this reason that I'm extremely pleased to rise in support of Senate Bill 739 today, legislation that would have a profound impact on the lives of Pennsylvanians. Telemedicine provides patients with a way to remain consistent with their health care, whether it's appointment for mental health, disability services, or a conversation with their healthcare provider. Telemedicine empowers patients to seek treatment and increases access and efficiency. I'm grateful for the hard work and bipartisan effort of Senator Vogel and so many others over the last several years that have brought us to this moment, and I respectfully ask for an affirmative vote.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Dauphin County, Representative Kim.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as chair of the House Insurance Committee to support Senate Bill 739, which requires coverage of telemedicine by health insurers in the Commonwealth. For years, this bill has been introduced and has never made it to the finish line. Telemedicine is about convenience for some, yet a vital option for others who might be homebound or simply can't secure a timely in-person appointment with a medical provider. When we come together, we can get good things done for the people of Pennsylvania. This bill was negotiated by both chambers, and this is the product of those negotiations. I want to thank the Republican chair and her staff, my staff, the Senate Banking and Insurance staff, and the administration. I also want to commend the provider groups, the health insurers, the hospitals, and all of those people who participated in the final negotiations. And finally, I want to thank the prime sponsor of House Bill 1512, the gentlelady from the 158th District of Chester, who got this conversation moving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to submit the remainder of my comments for the record.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken, and members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 194, the nays are 8. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill with amendment in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested.
The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1333, printers number 3295 on page 1 of supplemental calendar C. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes Representative Dawkins for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1333 was amended in the Senate to prohibit the use of child, forced, and slave labor in the production of stuffed toys and require the Department of Labor and Industry to issue an annual report to the legislature. So I ask the members for affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the concurrence to the Senate amendments. The yeas are 154, the nays are 48. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Members, if I can have your attention. The chair is in receipt of great information. Today is the birthday of the gentleman from the 177th Legislative District, my great hometown, Philadelphia County. Happy birthday, Representative Hohenstein. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will be meeting for a second time at 8 p.m. in the Majority Caucus Room. Just the messenger if at 8 p.m., the House Appropriations Committee will be meeting in the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. For what purpose does the gentleman from Lancaster rise? Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to inform all members of this chamber that we have filed a discharge petition for House Bill 1986 that would require schools to provide transparency in Holocaust education curriculums. Earlier this year, a package was introduced to rid anti-Semitism from our institutions of higher education with a focus on learning and instruction, and most importantly, student safety. One of the most interesting and thought-provoking issues to come out of the ongoing discussions with higher education on this particular issue is a realization that many students show up at their schools with an inadequate understanding of the Holocaust ingrained or complete Holocaust denialism. House Bill 1986 seeks to address that concern by requiring curriculum transparency for the education in our schools. While many schools do offer some form of education, this legislation would allow parents and community members and lawmakers to see exactly what is being taught. In fact, according to a recent survey done by The Economist, 1/5 of all U.S. citizens believe that the Holocaust is a myth. Bringing transparency to better craft a fact-based curriculum that can better show students at an early age the dangers of anti-Semitism, I believe that is imperative to avoiding future instances like we've seen earlier through this year and into last. The discharge petition is located at the amendment desk, and I encourage all members to please sign. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and titled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 1333, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
House Bill 1333.
The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriation. House Bill 1140, House Bill 2107, House Bill 2108, House Bill 2314, House Bill 2338, Senate Bill 824. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the tabled calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 2216, Senate Bill 1084. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. The chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Fiedler, that the House now adjourn until Tuesday, June 25th, 2024 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, June 25th, 2024 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.